ladies and gentlemen, how is it going? How are you feeling today? I'm feeling great. Starting this stream of my ongoing walkthrough series. Feeling very excited because today I got lots of plans to do for this stream. So I'm hoping to have fun. I'm hoping to finally find some gear pieces that I still need for this build to make it work. On the previous stream, we unfortunately have not managed to complete the main campaign. We tried, but it was kind of too long, and then we still had to go through two more dungeons, Bastion of Chaos, as well as the Port Velbury. So regardless, we didn't have time to do that. Instead, we tried to tackle the avatar of McDragon. That resulted in a fail, in a one-shot when he reached half HP. I got one-shotted. I would say he isn't that tough. I was watching the fight and kind of realized the fact that it's mostly all about just it isn't really about mechanics of the boss, which are pretty simple, like very simple. There isn't something spectacular or flashy about the boss. It's mostly like how well your gear is. So no real tactics, no real stuff that you need to know when fighting him. He does a lot of physical and lighting damage. That's all there is to it. So you have to have your lifesteal, some form of resistances to those types of attacks, as well as damage absorption, and that's pretty much it. There is no like, you need to dodge that, you need to do this. It's kind of dumb and simple at the same time, so at least for the first boss of that type, it's like the thing is, those bosses are supposed to be like your Diablo 2 Uber boss type of bosses for the late game. But at least this one has pretty much no tactics. It's just gear up and you'll beat him. Today, later into the stream, I'll try to tackle him again. Keep in mind, I haven't beaten him. I tried him once to fight him on the previous stream, and after that I haven't tried it anymore. So today we're going to see how it's going to go. Plan is to get to the first DLC, and from there we will see what's going to happen and how we are going to progress. The speed, I mean, the speed factor. Gonna yet again do pretty much all of the quests in DLCs as well, so prepare for some quests rundown as well as some more explanation about the character himself. Maybe I'll talk more about the gear, because remember, I've been talking a couple of times about the devotions and stuff, but I haven't really touched the gear aspect at all when it comes to what gear gives and why it's great for this character archetype. So today we are going to do that as well. It's going to be later on into the stream when more people are going to show up. We will going to run down through the gear and gonna figure out like why the creator of the build has suggested those kind of items and not the others. So I'm going to do this in my fashion, the way how I understand it. Of course, this is not going to be the perfect analysis, because I'm not about analysis and that kind of stuff. So it's still going to be present, my analysis, but if you will going to need like more information, internet is the key for you to find it. Nevertheless, hope you're going to enjoy today's stream, relax, grab something to drink or to eat, and let us begin our stream session for today, which is going to be all about trying to get myself into the first DLC and maybe like complete the first half of it. We will going to see how it's going to go. So anyway, buckle up your seats as we are about to get on the crazy ride of our dual pistol purifier leveling process in Grim Dawn. Well, leveling has actually completed, but nevertheless, I've crafted myself a couple of skeleton keys because for Port Valbury as well as for the Bastion of Chaos I will need them. So let's see. We stopped here. Almost at the end of the main campaign. Almost. Almost, but not really. As we still have a lot of stuff to do. I was actually, when I was sitting today, I've crafted myself like a blue amulet that is needed for this build, and I haven't equipped it yet. The thing is, with this amulet, my amulet currently gives me a whole ton of poison and acid resistances as well as pierce resistances, and when I went on more detailed inspection of like powders and stuff, because should I equip this amulet now, my poison acid resistances will go to like 10% or so, and I was thinking like, why did he place so many of those components and powders for acid resistance? Pretty much on every part of his gear he had them. And then I realized that basically he, while doing so, he covered up all of the missing poison acid resistances that this build is going to be lacking. Pretty much making sure that his poison and acid resistances would be at 80%, despite the fact that the gear itself will not going to provide him with poison and acid resistances at all. So this is kind of the thing that I will also be looking to do, but I need to find other must-have, best-in-slot, whatever you want to call it, gear pieces for this particular character. Now, unfortunately, I do not have recipes to create neither boots nor gloves for this build. So I'm going to be reliant either on the fact that either they will gonna drop as items, either I will going to find a recipe to craft those items, or I simply, maybe later on, will going to just trade with other players to get those like items that I need. I pretty much will need 3 items until this build is going to be finished. Boots, gloves, as well as the medal. Boots, gloves, and medal. That's pretty much all I need until this build is going to reach its final state. And after that, I do not know if there is a way to make this build like stronger. There probably is, but the author of the build did not provide us with any.
That skill's not ready.
But I'm pretty sure that with the addition of other items as well, there are plenty of ways to make this build better. Keep in mind that in the next patch they will also introduce some more items. And more items means that more experiment possibilities.
Can't do that yet.
So maybe sometimes in the future this build is going to be somehow outdated and will need to be upgraded to a more up-to-date state with new items. But as of for now, like, I'm still impressed by the performance of the build, and it doesn't matter like whether it is outdated or indated. It's still a very solid character build that I am enjoying playing it. So might not be the best, but at the same time it's not the worst. It definitely has strong and weak spots.
That skill's not ready.
But I'm pretty sure that every single build for every single character in every game will going to have some weak spots and strong points. I don't know, for this game there is a build that has like no weaknesses whatsoever. Maybe there is. Maybe. But I do not know about it. I'm gonna go and sell the items. Reason why we won't be able to teleport from this place. From where we are going to. And we are going into this dungeon and then into the dungeon that comes straight after it, which is based on Bastion of Chaos. And as you know, from Skeleton Key Dungeon you are not able to teleport away. Walking away is going to count as basically resetting the whole thing. Which isn't the stuff that we actually want. We want to complete dungeon. We do not want to run away from it.
Iron well spent.
Got something you need stashed?
Some form of a lifesteal legendary ring. Which, judging by the stats, not really that strong. If you look at it, it gives like health and gives lifesteal, but rather than that, it doesn't give anything good, anything useful. Now, because enemies here are more or less tanky, I will be placing my seal way often. Not against every enemy, but against those, like, enemies that looks like a tree or something like that. Sure thing. I cannot hit him. if you're playing some kind of a melee character in this particular dungeon, or once we'll get into the
That skill's not ready.
how's it called, Bastion of Chaos, make sure you will not gonna stand in a whole lot of those like damage over time pools that those enemies can throw. Basically, they will gonna throw a projectile that will later on leave some kind of a red pool beneath you, and it will gonna do damage over time. Those things stack. If you didn't know it, I'm going to tell you it right now. Those things can stack infinitely, so you might be standing in like 20, 30 or something like that pools, and
Can't do that yet.
good luck with surviving that. As a ranged character, there are options of like killing a lot of those enemies. You can do that from afar, but even so, it's still advised to like change position from time to time. There's no reason to stand there like a target dummy and sulk up everything. Especially if you have options to just maneuver.
I can't do that yet.
A bunch of items.
I can't do that yet.
I mainly collect items for the purpose of probably use it in the future. If not, well, whatever. I don't know for what build, I don't know if I will gonna be using them at all, but doesn't really matter. What matters is the fact so that they would lie somewhere there. And when I will going to have a chance or need
That skill's not ready.
to make another character that's going to be utilizing some form of build that will going to need those items, then yeah, of course, I will going to have them. And it's going to be all okay. Somehow, somewhat, this place reminds me of Act 4. Diablo 2 Act 4. They must have inspired from that game like a whole lot.
That skill's not ready.
Nice. See, the reason I am throwing that flashbang out there, there are many reasons for me to do that. One of the reason is to cut their resistances. I'm going to show you what I mean by that pretty soon, after I will going to deal with those enemies here, but basically it's simple. So let's take a look at devotion that we have binded to Flashbang. Soul Whale, Witchblade. So it cuts the resistances and movement speed of the enemies. So when I throw Grenade in there, it's going to be like cutting that AoE resistances. From my targets. Gonna cut resistances in AoE manner. So not only that's just a part of it. Another part of it, it's going to have a chance to confuse targets for 3 to 5 seconds. 50% chance is not bad. And reduce target's defensive ability, 6 seconds. It also has a modifier with a 24% chance to slow targets for 2.5 seconds, as well as 29% chance of targets to fumble their range attacks, as well as their melee attacks. So what does that mean exactly, you might be wondering. So fumble is basically some kind of a miss. Basically, if you finding it better, you can say that it basically is some form of a blind. Enemies will going to fumble their attacks, so they're gonna miss them. Which is good enough, considering the fact the less you get hit, the better your life is going to be. And it's not just my take on it. It's exactly what it is. Hello to you too. So for today's stream, I'd say we will going to get to the first DLC, and probably we will clear the first half of the DLC. I will also going to clear the dungeons such as Bastion of Chaos, Port Valkyrie to complete the quest lines, and tackle on the... I will tackle the McDragon again, because why not? I want to beat him badly. Why can I not? I cannot hit him. I'm literally shooting into nothing.
That skill's not ready.
It's really unfortunate thing that we still are so far away from hitting Nemesis with anyone other than beasts. Because we are going to miss on a whole lot of stuff because of that. I mean, we're still gonna fight with pretty much all of the Nemesis bosses. In the Crucible, as well as the Shattered Realm, yeah, we will fight them there, but throughout the campaign, most likely we're not even going to see more than half of those bosses. By the way, another great thing in this dungeon for ranged characters is the ability to kill enemies while standing behind those red crystals. So the enemies will not going to be able to come close to you, while at the same time you will be able to beat them. It is a great thing, not gonna lie. It helps, although you still have to be aware of those who are throwing projectiles, because they also can throw their stuff like over those crystals. But for the most part, they will not gonna come close to you in melee range, because they will be blocked. Now, I'm not always going to be utilizing that strat, because granted, don't really need it. And I'm doing more when I'm up close to the enemies. And because I have good amount of vitality and chaos resistances, those traps still are not capable of
That skill's not ready.
becoming a threat to me, so that's one of the reasons why we are building those resistances to begin with. You wanna have a lot of ways to survive the upcoming attacks. As you can see, because he is far away, it takes quite some time for me to get rid of him. But when I'm up close to targets, my resistance reduction mechanisms are starting to work. And this is why, for the most part, you will be like face to face against your enemies. The biggest downside, I should say, about like this kind of build, I rely a lot on the lifesteal element, which basically means I have to auto-attack. But there are sometimes places where I need to do some form of resetup my stuff, which basically means I have to throw flashbangs, put seals, put termite mines, and those are exactly like the moments where my character can die, because at that time I'm not auto-attacking, means not life-stealing. This was one fast lead.
Can't do that yet.
Like, even though those skills I mentioned, like the grenade, the seal, and all that kind of stuff, they do not have like huge cast times. In many of the cases, this is enough for some of the enemies to kill your character. So, do not think that it doesn't mean like anything. Okay. First floor of this dungeon is almost done with. Nice, nicely done. As you can see, when they are running at me and starting to attack,
I can't do that yet.
you can see that my HP drops quite, like, noticeable. It is noticeable when they are starting to attack. The blast shield procs and all that kind of stuff, but because I have a huge lifesteal on this character and my auto attack rate is kind of high, which yet again and I have like a good amount of AoE.
I can't carry anymore.
This stuff means by default that I'm going to be lifestealing a lot. So my health will going to drop, but at the same time I will lifesteal a lot of it back. Yeah, I turn off the auto pickup for the green items. Mainly due to the fact that my inventory is full. Once again.
I can't do that yet.
And I cannot like wear any more items, take any more items. I don't know if I was shooting the right one. No, I wasn't. Okay. So I need to free some inventory spaces. I'm gonna throw some of those shields away. Yeah, when you are fighting demons, do expect the fact that they will going to do a lot of physical stuff to you as well. So it's not just about those damage types like chaos or bleeding. It's also about a lot of physical, especially when we take into consideration like big demons. The winged demons that you saw right there, or those kind of guys. How to protect yourself from physical? Well, one of the ways how you can do this is, of course, if you utilize... your gear should have a good amount of armor on it, as well as defensive ability should be present on your character. Try to go with it like as high as you possibly can, though a good number is something around 2,800 or more, something like that. Now, of course, you, especially if it's your like first character on a fresh account, you're not going to be able to do this quite fast, because it takes quite a lot of gear and time to get yourself to the desired numbers. But those are just like milestones, I should say. Yeah, milestones.
Can't do that yet.
I'm perfectly okay with the fact that I'm not collecting green items right now, and that's mostly due to the fact that I know what kind of items I am trying to get, and it's okay if I'm going to miss some of the other items that I do not want right now.
That skill's not ready.
I have to try and throw that flashbang as often as I can. Because the duration of the debuff from the flashbang is not that long. You gotta understand that. It's like some of them like 2 seconds, 4 seconds at best and stuff. It's not those long-lasting, like, let's say, for example, the... How is it called? Termite Mines last for like 16 seconds, 18, something like that. Those stuff, of course, will going to require like less time for you to worry about them. I mean, more time. You will have more time to do whatever other stuff you need to do. Yeah, so range characters here are more safe. You just stand behind those crystals and that's it. And as you can see, the closer I get to them, the faster I get to kill them. But at the same time, it's still like very, very risky. I'm not gonna lie, because you are getting closer to your enemies, who are not the weakest one when it comes to like how fast they can drain your HP. But at the same time, it just is what it is. And see how good the fumble and confusion stuff actually works. They're starting to wander around, not attacking, even if attacking, like missing. So it's good. It's nice investment of skill points.
Can't do that yet.
Definitely worth it. still wonder about different thing. When will the game going to decide to drop me those blue items that I'm missing? Or even better, how about it will going to give me a medal that I need? Yay! I was praising the fact that this character has very decent, very solid AoE. Not the best one, but very solid. And I was also mentioning the fact that in this game, having sources of area effect damage should not be neglected. It's not something that, oh well, yeah, it is there, so... Area effect allows me to shorten the numbers of enemies who might be threatening, who might leave some form of pool beneath them or something like that, so nothing goes to waste. Amazing. The fumble, the missing, nice. We are playing a squishy character, so whenever we can protect ourselves from incoming attack, it's definitely worth it.
That skill's not ready.
One of the characters that will going to struggle a bit while leveling on normal difficulties, especially, here is going to be Vitality Conjurer. It's because demons and all that kind of stuff has more defense against that type of attack damage type that Vitality Conjurer has. For those of you who do not know, it's some form of bleeding and vitality. I believe something like that. And those guys do have ways of protecting themselves from that kind of attack, and at that time you're not gonna have good amount of resistance reduction to overcome their defense. We are coming to, I believe, to the boss of this dungeon, which, yeah, he's going to be here. Now, I'm thinking of trying to face tank him, maybe. And now run away because the fire still remains.
That skill's not ready.
And I cannot lifesteal there. That was risky. I almost died there, I'm gonna lie. But I took the risk. I took the risk, especially with the fact that should I have died, I'd have to redo this whole dungeon all over again. Not the greatest thing to do. Because it's not the fastest dungeon to clear. Okay, shoulders, as well as this and this. Oh, come on. You cannot carry anymore. Whatever, now you will. So, we are done here. We are done with the quest. Next quest will gonna bring us straight towards Port Velbury. Which is another skeleton key dungeon, which is probably one of my most hated ones.
Can't do that yet.
See anything you like?
But we'll see how we are going to manage there. Hopefully it's going to be fast. It probably should be fast. Mythical Molten Walkers. It's not the thing that I need. Nope. I need Final March. I need Final March. And by the looks of it, those boots are... we're on scale. Okay, nah. This one is good for if you go for something like Blackwater cocktail build. Some really good like physical internal trauma stuff. I'm gonna keep it. Though maybe I'm not even gonna use it, but still, let it just sit there. Maybe one day, you never know. I probably said this like phrase one day quite a lot. Vanguard of Justice. Never met this before. Okay. Got some good items. So I'm gonna be placing them straight into my stash. It's also good that I'm getting those crafting materials. Okay, so now I'm going to give back this quest and gonna go straight to Port Velbury. Port Velbury. this stuff. I'm gonna sell because it already learned. Already learned means I do not need it. Okay, so Port Valkyrie, it's from Homestead. It's this, taking the same path that we took when we needed to
That skill's not ready.
bring back those cannons. Of course, I will gonna be turning on auto pickup option. Currently, our inventory space allows us to do so. But we would still have to
Can't do that yet.
run and sell some items later on. Those ether crystals are not useless, so if you have chance to pick them up, do so. It's going to be amazing to throw the flashbang into those snipers. Considering the fact that you should not underestimate like how much they can do. It's never going to be useless. Okay, so now into this portal and move on. By the way, from the first DLC, once you reach like Malmut, I was expecting to see something more like that. Something like you see in this dungeon. And unfortunately, it wasn't like that. Here you can see like more the feeling of the city being overrun, lot of flames and stuff. Comparing to the stuff that you see in the DLC, like it's definitely different. Can I stand in the seal, please? Because in DLC I felt like it's more toned down. Even though they said like, oh my gosh, it's a full-on assault. Yeah. A full-on assault from which you see pretty much nothing. You only see like what happened like afterwards. You don't see the assault or anything. And most definitely you are not even seeing the how the resistance is actually helping you. It's not like Diablo 2 when it was like Act 5, when you had this barbarians who were also participating in the fight. Here it's more like leave everything to the main character. He's going to do all the job.
Can't do that yet.
Okay, I'm going to place a portal here. Who knows what kind of thing might kill me? But if it does, I'm not gonna have to run all the way back here. The reason why I lost there so much, was losing so much HP there, mostly comes to the fact that when this thing respawns, it also resummons those explosive or ether zombies. And when you kill them, they explode and are doing AoE damage. This is the reason why it felt like I got hit a lot.
Can't do that yet.
Alright. Who's next?
I can't do that. That skill's not ready.
Ether ground and ether clouds. Probably the most absurd things that you're going to face up against when going through this dungeon. Though we are still not in the dungeon. We are still only approaching it. It kind of prepares you for the fact that you are going to see it there.
That skill's not ready.
It's a great thing that I am playing a ranged character here, because I can lure the stuff to me to fight on my ground. Rather when you are playing a full melee class. I'm not talking about a character that wears a melee weapon yet runs around casting stuff. No. I'm talking about like full-on melee character. They have to like fight enemies on their ground. Like it's harder for them to
Skill's not ready.
lure them. It's not impossible, it's just harder. I cannot shoot them. Amazing. Now I have to deal with the fact that I'm getting hit by Ether Cloud. Yeah, especially if you are playing hardcore, this location is probably one of the worst out of those skeleton key dungeons.
That skill.
because there are a lot of places where you can die because of unfairness, or because you didn't pay attention to the Ether Cloud or Ether Ground, or snipers shot you from afar. I remember losing my elemental, like shaman on Primal Strike, because in the dungeon itself there was one, like, long alley that basically has like a lot of snipers in there.
Can't do that yet.
And as I was running, I was starting to prepare for combat, and then they all just shot me and I died. Yeah, it was very fair and very, very funny at the same time. Yeah.
That skill's ready.
Nice.
Can't do that yet.
The faster I get to kill the obelisk, the better it is.
Can't do that yet.
Ether crystals are not only good for crafting purposes, but they are also just overall good because I believe like destroying those ether clusters is going to give you a chance of them to drop the, I believe it's ether shard or ether, I forgot. Do I have it in my inventory somewhere? No, I don't. Basically, the stuff that you use, there it is, Ether Cluster. So you are using it, and you are having that huge damage absorption temporarily.
That skill's not ready.
For those tough to deal situations, it's amazing to have a couple of them. Especially if you're playing on hardcore and you don't want to get
That
killed.
skill's not ready.
Okay, we are almost done with this place, but it's not the dungeon itself. We are still not in it. Nice, he didn't even stood a chance.
Can't do that yet.
Okay, now it's time to go sell this stuff and then start the dungeon itself.
I'll give you a good price for what I've got left.
Okay, so out of all of those items, that's probably the second one, yeah. So I'm gonna sell it. Don't need it.
Put it to good use.
Put all of those things into stash and continue on.
I'll keep an eye on this.
No powders, no oils, no crystals. We will not need
That
them.
skill's not ready.
I'm most positive about that. The only place where we might need them is going to be a death trap room, but if played correctly, I will not die there.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet.
Or maybe I will going to collect like one or two of them while just clearing this whole stuff. Maybe. It's always about that maybe chance. And as you can see, the flashbang is definitely doing what it's supposed to be doing. Mostly providing me with receiving less damage from enemies because they will fumble their attacks or get confused.
not ready.
And because of the semi-decent AoE, I am definitely capable of getting rid of a lot of those annoying, small but annoying targets. Like the flame zombies who are throwing flame projectiles, as well as some other stuff like snipers. Who, despite like anything, they have to be taken care of pretty much as soon as you are going to have a chance to do so.
That skill's not ready.
Of course, ether clouds, my favorite. They're working pretty much like the ether ground, and you have to maneuver around so that you would not stand in it for too long.
That skill's not ready.
Doesn't have arcane in there, so I'm good. As long as those packs will not gonna have arcane in them, there's pretty much nothing to worry about. Because the rest of the versions of elite modifiers are pretty much unthreatening at all. Maybe for some character another version like reflective might be a problem, but as we are playing Fire Elemental, we are not really under pressure of dying from something like that. So I had a chance to see that on this main street there is this quest boss that we need to kill, so might as well go there first, take him out. and then progress. There he is. No, it's not him. There he is. Nice. So, regardless of whether or not will we die, the quest is completed. Hoping that at least after this dungeon I'm going to get my Nemesis status with Ethereals. Or maybe I did get it. Let's see. Yeah, I'm Nemesis with Beasts, Chthonians, and Ethereals. Now we need to find at least one of them. To see what they look like. I only seen Beasts. Chupacabra, and that's all. I haven't seen like others. I cannot carry anymore, of course. And turn off the auto pickup. And we're going to pick up only legendary and blue items.
That skill's not ready.
So once again, when it comes to this death trap room that we are about to enter, we have to pay a lot of attention to where the ether geysers are going to be appearing. We have to maneuver in such ways that we would not stand in them. They will gonna spawn some nasty enemies, primarily the Ether Hulks, Flash Hulks. They and their like charge and stun ability is what I have to take care of. Okay, wrong way. This way is the right one. Okay, we can preemptively do this, which is amazing. No, not the Ether Cloud. Go away. Standing in the Ether Geyser. Reposition. Standing in the geyser again. Okay. Good. Good enough. Good enough. So I'm gonna toss away some unneeded stuff to free my inventory space. Some kind of heart of blazing stuff. Fire burn for black water cocktail. Oh, for cocktail build.
That skill's
Never seen this one before, actually. But as you can see, like, the worst problem there was the fact that I actually could not see the geysers. That's probably the worst of it. Like, too much
that skill's
special effects on the screen that results in the fact that you are not being able to exactly know and see what's going on. I didn't die, but a lot of times I was just standing in the flames of those geysers. I gotta really hate those ether clouds. They are just so annoying.
can't do that.
Like, thank God for the lifesteal that I have and resistances and defense. But that still doesn't mean that I will be just standing there and waiting for something to happen. Okay, time for the side boss of this area and onto the stage 2, I should say.
My inventory is full.
Like how they spawned Ether Geyser right behind me. Really appreciate that.
That skill's
Not the Ether Geyser, but Ether Cloud. Okay, part 2 of the city. So this time around our inventory got full like halfway through the first part of this dungeon. And because there is absolutely like no way for me to go back and sell this stuff, I'm kind of forced to ditch pretty much all of the green stuff that I'm going to find. It's not the end of the world, and I will gonna find myself
Can't do that yet.
items regardless. When I'm gonna be farming for the late game. That alley I was talking about, right here. Later on there should be like more snipers out there. Because currently there were a lot of the hulks.
That skill's not ready.
But as you might already see, when it comes to clearing campaign and dungeons, skeleton key dungeons on Ultimate, this build does a very good job when it comes to being able to do this kind of stuff.
Can't carry it.
Now I'm pretty sure that there are builds that can do better, but this build is not bad, not bad at all.
I can't do that yet.
I don't know why they are placing, by the way, the NPCs who they can sell you stuff, but thing is you cannot sell to them like anything, and for the most part it's it doesn't help that they are there. Yet they are there, but your inventory is still going to be full. Her name was Corpusia the Reflector. Wow. Another thing that I'm searching for is basically any kind of recipes that I do not already have. The more of them, the better, because I will be able to
That skill's not
craft
ready.
stuff for other characters. I probably will utilize this character as a sort of a farm machine for others, to get gear for other future characters. Alright. Alright. More than halfway through. Then it's going to be much easier to just finish with the campaign and stuff. Whole bunch of legendaries. What up?
Can't That skill's not
See, that's another important thing to open those, in opening those chests on ultimate difficulty, while you are just passing through the campaign and just minding your own business. Thing is, in this game there is a huge chance for you to acquire legendaries or other like good stuff because of the high drop rate on items. So while just leveling, while passing through a certain location, you might get yourself good gear pieces. And remember also the fact that world drop is still a thing, yes, so some items you will be able to get from anywhere,
that skill's
from
not
any
ready.
place. So you also have to pay attention to that factor. For example, the medal that I'm searching for right now is also a world drop. And I currently have like no idea when I will be able to get either the recipe for it or the medal itself.
That skill's not ready.
I will get it eventually, but when exactly, I cannot tell. or the set item for Blood Dead Knight, Blood set, is also the kind of stuff that you... It is a random world drop set, so... Yeah, there is a thing that you can, like, change. You can create several pieces from the same set and then just change those pieces that you do not need into the other pieces of the same, like, set. So from, let's say, for example, how I created this set, like 3 pieces that I have right now. So I've created 3, I believe it was... No, I've created... I've had the shoulders already, so I've created the helm, and I've created another helm, and from another helm I've created the chest.
I can't do that yet.
Okay, this boss battle can be a little bit tricky. I should not stand there. I should take care. I get you. Okay. They're creating a whole lot of the damage over time effects. Okay, okay. That's a tricky stuff. They are both under shields. I cannot lifesteal from them. So as you can see, yeah, despite the fact that I have like this good gear, despite the fact that having so much resistances, as soon as I realize that something is wrong, they are doing very good and decent damage to me. I wasn't just standing there like a baboon and just trying to shoot them down. I was also trying to move around because I did understand that I might die there. So I just went like a little bit of kiting, a little bit of dodging from the projectiles, just for the safety measures. There is absolutely no reason to throw yourself into situations that you understand that you will going to die in those situations in the first place. So no matter how powerful your character is, if you feel like you will die, you should move away. Okay, time to... Though, why am I here? Let's go here. It's just a safety, like, precaution measures.
I can't open that.
And the door, the gate is still sealed. I don't know if we can open it. Gut Smasher. God damn. Ooh. This one is really good for the oh, wait. Savagery. Part of it is good and part of it is complete nonsense. I like how it gives plus to soldier, plus to occultist, to all skills, but at the same time, most of the other modifiers, such as bleeding to savagery and weapon damage to savagery and other stuff, it's not for soldier. Oh well. Still not bad. Got a whole lot of stuff. Ether Elemental, Chaos, whatever. Not good. Okay, so all of the legendaries are going to go into stash. That's a good looking axe, though it's a scythe, but it's an axe. So yeah, I will going to place all of those legendaries straight into the stash. Let them sit there. They look good. Got no idea if they are useful for any kind of build.
That skill's not ready.
Because when it comes to build, I just kind of pick builds that I find interesting and play with them. Not looking for something that's the best when it comes to performance or the greatest when it comes to clear speed. To me, fun factor matters more than anything else. Okay, so
Come see what's left of my wares.
let's go and complete the main campaign and jump into the DLC. Well, we are almost 2 hours into the stream, and what we did was basically clear Bastion of Chaos, as well as Port Valbury and this place. Oh boy. That sound effect, by the way, is the sound effect that the Grim Tools mod is basically telling you that the Nemesis boss is in this location nearby, so you will going to know that you're going to face a Nemesis boss soon. It's going to be my first Nemesis boss for this character. I got no idea how I'm going to be against the Nemesis boss, but I'll try. I'm even gonna place a portal here, in case something. Keep in mind that the only boss that I know about, Nemesis boss, is the Chupacabra, which is in the first DLC. That's the only boss whom I am familiar with. The others I have no idea about. I never met them, I never fought them. So it's gonna be a fresh experience.
I can't do that yet.
Oh, I completely forgot to enable the auto pickup for the Grim Internals. Grim Internals. Okay, I know already. It's going to be a Catonian Nemesis. Nemesis boss. So because he's a Catonian, I'm pretty sure that the stuff that he's going to do damage with is going to be most likely physical, chaos, and vitality. Maybe bleeding. We will see. In any case, to all of those resistances, to all of those types of damage, I have resistances. And if it's chaos, I have a little bit overcap. No elites. I was preparing for nothing. But it's better to be over-prepared than to be unprepared. Better safe than sorry, as they say.
Do that yet.
I guess Nemesis boss is going to be in this direction. Most likely, because I do not see him anywhere. Why are you running another way? Yeah, there he is. Don't tell me that he's going to be near the exit. Because if I'm not mistaken, there should be another, like, boss at the same direction. I can always lure him. Okay, and let me see also what kind of faction. So with Undead, I'm almost Nemesis. With Cronley and with Cronley, it's going to be a whole lot of like. It's going to be way too much of a grind to see their Nemesis. But hey, at least I'm going to see some kind of Nemesis. Okay, no Guardians of the Gates. Now I want to fight the Nemesis. So there he is, he aggroed. That's it. That's it. He doesn't have any kind of second phase. There he was, and there he's just gone. And the drop comes from the Nemesis Trove chest, which is this blue one. The Brimstone, I already saw this weapon, I have it in my stash, so I do not need it. Oh, we will going to just compare the numbers and leave the one that has the most. Because remember, items are not having like always the fixed value on their like stats.
Can't do that yet.
So you will not always going to have like the best or the worst stats possible. The same goes for crafting as well. We are getting closer and closer to the main boss, to the final boss of the main campaign. I wonder if he will going to pose any kind of significant threat to us. I know as a matter of fact that in the first DLC you will in the swamp you are fighting against a boss that is he looks exactly like the boss that we are going to be fighting against, but he is much like tougher and stronger than this one. Oh, there is another one. Oh, I believe I saw when my brother was playing. It's the winged demon who shoots bubbles, chaos bubbles. And I believe he can nullify the buffs and auras that your character has.
I can't do that yet.
Well, he's going to be much more threatening considering the fact that how much value am I going to lose whenever
That skill's
he's
not
going
ready.
to dispel my buffs and auras. This one I face tanked because he didn't do anything at all. He was just that simple. Nothing to worry about, and just a stat check for the most part.
That skill's not ready.
I like the bosses and usually the tough opponents that I like. I like them to be not just a stat check, but rather I want them to be somehow there should be tactics on how you
I can't do
fight them. Yeah, so it's going to be pretty. That kind of also proves the thing that I was saying, that much like with the different lead versions, like Flame or some reflective stuff, like the most threatening is the one who nullifies the buffs, and everyone else is
that skill's not
pretty much the same and not near as close and threatening to those who dispel you. Then it kind of proves that they should implement the system that is pretty much in every other action RPG game, which is the combination of different affixes on enemies, on elites. Because it literally shouldn't be like, oh, what kind of elite am I facing? It's going to be like a pack of elite. Does this pack of elite have arcane in there? No? Oh, well, then it's all good.
That skill's
So,
not ready.
yeah. Okay, so I'm pretty much just gonna go and kill the main boss of the campaign. Funny thing was that I was killing the elites, two elites that he summoned. I was killing them way slower than I was killing the boss himself. Okay. But that just pretty much the conclusion to the main campaign.
Can't do that yet.
Yeah, it is. I've done pretty much everything here, so finish the quest, keep the cutscene, and onto the first DLC. Sell items.
You've returned. So our great moment of... Good, you're back. I struggle to admit this, but I must abandon my efforts at opening a rift. You see, the Luminari have long been a...
Excuse me. My father and I were part of a small...
Okay, I grabbed all the quests here. Gonna sell the stuff that I've collected, and on to the DLC. Oh, okay, yeah. Totally forgot about that. Alright.
Got something to get stashed.
Of course I do. I always have something to get stashed. Some quest items. As well as legendaries. Legendaries. Okay. I believe I had it. I don't remember where. Oh, there it is. So, let's see. Oh, this one I will sell, and the others... the other one I'm going to put in my stash, so...
I'll give you a good...
I had this, but I had the non-mythical version, and now I have the mythical. Black Legion. Black Legion. I believe they already gave me the quest. Yeah. So I should just
That skill's not ready.
go to complete it. It's this one. If I'm not mistaken, I'm mistaken. So gotta go here and through the ether area.
That skill's not ready.
The thing that I like the most is the fact that the level scaling throughout the whole ultimate difficulty is present, so you'll always have
That
this
skill's not ready.
level scaling. Enemies will always going to be up to date with your current level. No matter location you are in or anything like that. Nicely done.
I can't do that yet.
I'm collecting all of those ether crystals for farming purposes, because as I already said, a lot of the stuff that you're going to be crafting is going to require them. So having extra is never going to be useless. And sometimes you may get ether cluster, which is a very good thing. It's your temporary but a very strong like damage absorption tool that you can use. Nice. I still do get like a lot of items that are giving me like new illusion added, which means that those items I've never picked them up before, I never collected them. I definitely want to see like what kind of new locations are they actually going to add into the game with the new patch that they are about to release.
Come see what's left of my wares.
It's definitely going to be like something interesting.
Iron well spent.
Got something you need stashed? It's safe with me. Promise.
Going back to Fort Icon to complete the quest, then warping into Devil's Crossing. For whatever reason, I don't remember if they give some quest there. Probably not, but I'll check. But I will. No, they are not. Whatever. Then we are going probably here. I think. I might be wrong. Let me see. Yeah, from here. I was right. Come on. You gotta block me there? Like, as you saw right there, like, a whole bunch of elites, but as a matter of fact, doesn't matter there whom I would focus first. It really doesn't matter. Because there wasn't arcane in there. And because there wasn't arcane in there, it doesn't matter who to focus. It's just that simple. If there is no arcane modifier,
That skill's not ready.
then it doesn't matter. Them somehow, like, making the other modifiers threatening and important to deal with would be really good.
That skill's not ready.
If they're not that into creating enemies that are going to have, like, multiple modifications, then at least
That skill's not ready.
work on the fact that a lot of modifications that your enemies are having are pretty much just... They are just not... almost not present, I should say, like this. Yeah, maybe freezing. Because sometimes you might get freezed. But... overall, not really. Overall, everything is almost the same.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Once again, those trees are... Okay, whatever. They are not tanky if I'm gonna get close to them. So if I'm gonna get close to them, they will gonna die very fast. If not, it will gonna take a while. Wow, some kind of a tree invasion here. 4 elites plus a whole bunch of other yellow trees. Come on.
Can't do that yet.
Sometimes elite enemies just die at the same like speed as the regular like yellow, or maybe even some even die like white enemies with the same speed.
Can't do that yet.
Okay, the quest for the hidden stash, I know exactly where it is, so I'll be able to find it pretty fast.
That skill's not ready. I can't.
So overall, I can see that pretty much like the clear speed is not going to change. Like, as fast as I am clearing everything here right now, that's going to be pretty much like the same speed with which I am going to be clearing the stuff in the second DLC as well. Unless I'm going to find myself items. And about that I'm very like uncertain. Okay, I came here, but need to clear the other path as well.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, whatever. You can stay there forever.
That skill's not ready.
Doesn't matter for me. Alright, done with the cellar, now to go and clear the outside.
I can't do that yet.
On the plus side, DLCs are going to be shorter than the main campaign, so I will be able to clear them faster.
Can't do that yet.
Nope. Those are still not the gloves that I need. I need different one. And the gloves that I need, I still have not found. Not recipe, not gloves themselves. But I will find them. one way or another, one day or another.
Can't do that yet.
There it is. The place where you find the quest stash.
I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Wow. Tanky enemy. Not gonna lie. That's with all the resist reductions on her as well. But overall, pretty simple. That elite could not even move because he got glitched.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Done with the monster totem. And sometimes monster totems will not even going to spawn elites with modifications like at all. You're going to fight against elites who just have the name on them and nothing more. Okay, this way it's for another location. I'm not going there yet. I have stuff to explore. The right side.
I can't do that yet.
Please, just...
Do that yet.
Somehow the enemies here are not threatening at all. remember some struggles that I did had on the normal difficulty.
I can't do that yet.
Here, because I didn't have like proper poison resistances, then yeah, then it was a struggle. But when you have good gear as well as your resistances are good enough, then it gets easier.
That skill's not ready. Can't do that yet.
If I'm not mistaken, yeah. It's basically the other place from which you can get out from the cellar. And as you can see how good the flashbang works, so you throw it in the pack of enemies and part of them are starting to just run away, another part of them is starting to missing their attacks completely. Yeah, sure, not all of them are going to fall victim to the crowd control effects, but at the same time, it's still good enough to be able to do so. To minimize the chances of the enemies to deal some form of a damage against you. Okay. Got rid of those items that I do not need. Pretty much the only thing that slows down the process of how fast I'm clearing things is, of course, the fact that first things first, I am following the pattern of the fact that I am utilizing the same strategy as I did, which is to clear everything. And second thing is, of course, going to go and sell stuff, sell items that I collect. It's a great thing that I'm not rushing, so
That skill's
it's not a problem. It just means that it will take a little bit more time for me to get to the desired goal, but overall, it's not bad. And it's just a playstyle performance that I choose to stick with. How am I looking at this build performance when it comes to ultimate difficulty? I should start with one simple but really important thing about this build, and that is, and my playthrough in general. This playthrough is done not from the fresh account, so there is a huge influence on how this build performs comes from the very good items that I managed to equip pretty much from the get-go, or as I was just leveling the character up. Normally you wouldn't have access to such strong things from the get-go, so that's what makes a lot of difference when it comes to how you see the build performs. But as we are speaking about, let's say you want to make this build and you want to pass this build without having those items, will you be able to do this without them to get yourself to level 100 and to be able to tackle the ultimate difficulty? Yes, you will, but you will going to have some problems with survivability, that's for sure. With lifesteal, with some other aspects, with resistances. However, that can be said about pretty much every single build. But that doesn't mean that the build is bad. That just means that it will going to require some more stuff from you, some more effort. However, this build is still, I'm still sticking to the idea that this build is ridiculously easy to play. No microcontrol or some micromanagement skills are required from you. No like excessive button pressing. Most of the stuff, most of your damage comes from your weapon pool skills that are easily accessible through the usage of your simple and effective fire strike that is changing your auto attack. So you're not auto attacking with bare auto attacks, you auto attack with the fire strike. And the fire strike is very good because fire strike has probably one of the most amazing modifications that provides you with great AoE, as well as shotgun effect, which is another brutally powerful thing in this game, as it gives you a whole ton of extra mini projectiles that also will going to hit your opponents, also will going to proc your stuff, also will going to allow you to heal more, and many other good stuff. One of the greatest weaknesses about this build, in my opinion, is of course the fact that this build, first of all, not hardcore viable, that's one thing. Another thing about this build that is a problem is, of course, this build is not the tankiest, and it doesn't have the greatest stuff when it comes to lifesteal or sustain. Yes, you have Inquisitor Seal, yes, you have your Ghoulish Hunger, lifesteal in it, but you also have to understand that not all the time and not always will you be able to just stand and face tank everything, and you would still have to move away. And I've shown you the case of this when I was fighting the Council in the Port Valbury dungeon. At the end of dungeon, I fought the boss, 3 bosses, and I had to maneuver. I couldn't stand just and face tank them. I mean, I could if I would have used crystals, but I'm not using them. This is why I was also trying to like change positioning to play a bit differently, to play smart and safe. Strength of this build is, of course, being the weapon pool skill kind of a build. It has very good AoE, that complements this character significantly. It allows him to maintain good clear speed, taking down the small targets quite easily without a lot of effort, sniping them down, cutting the numbers of enemies from afar, because the less enemies are going to hit you, the better it will be. I should also say that why this build is good for, let's say, beginners. Typically, stuff that has Inquisitor in it as a subclass kind of by default allows you to do a lot of stuff that other classes would not normally be able to do, except Warlord, except whom also? Vitality Conjurer? Yeah, maybe. By the way, this was me killing another boss, Nemesis boss, which is the Chupacabra, which is the monster Nemesis, monster faction Nemesis. That's me without using crystals, powders, and that kind of stuff, that like temporary buffs for defense or offense. Was it risky? Yes, of course it was. I saw my HP dropping up until my ghoulish hunger procced, so yeah, definitely I was losing a lot of HP. Once again, showing and proving you the fact that you will still, despite the fact that you will be standing in the seal, you will have your blast shield, you will have like the flashbang and stuff, your HP will going to be dropping in huge chunks, in huge portions. Yes, you will be lifestealing a lot, but your HP will still going to be dropping. And you have to understand that lifesteal, as good as it is, sometimes you're going to eat such a huge chunk of damage that will going to simply rip you faster than you will be able to heal up. And as we are speaking about how well this build like sustains lifesteal, right? Immediate and close comparison, lifesteal and lifesteal factor, we will going to compare it to something like Vitality Conjurer, another lifestealing class. Nowhere near as good when it comes to lifesteal. And most definitely another big factor is, of course, going to be not having the good damage over time effects. So when you get stunned, or when you're gonna have to recast your Termite Mines or your Flashbang or that kind of stuff, those are the moments where your class is the most, where this class is the most vulnerable. And this is not over-exaggeration, because you live while you are attacking, and that's pretty much also applies to Vitality Conjurer. As soon as you stop attacking, you are not living, you are not doing damage. However, Vitality Conjurer can allow himself to throw damage over time effects, lots of dots at his disposal, totems, and various different things that will going to do damage, even if he's going to get stunned. So if you're looking for something that is also going to be quite beginner-friendly, Vitality Conjurer is for you. However, here we talk about like, it's going to be more beginner-friendly. However, you would have to, while playing him, you would have to teach yourself timings as well as button presses. You have to
Can't do that yet.
press way more buttons that I do, for example. So most definitely when we are comparing the two classes, there are distinct differences between them. So this one doesn't have a lot of buttons, but he's not the safest one. Don't get yourself fooled, especially by seeing this performance. Not the safest class, and while leveling you will going to rip several times, especially if you are just trying this game out for first time or something like that. Still a fun class to play, like, especially if you are into guns and stuff. Range style is your style.
Can't do that yet.
And something like that. However, about range style, this will going to discourage you a bit, despite the fact that this is a range character. One of the huge minus of that will going to throw some people off is that despite the fact that you are range, for most of the time to do more damage and to stay safe, you would have to get closer to your enemies to reduce their resistances, which is the complete opposite of the range archetype, range character archetype just in general. It's a complete opposite. I personally have spoken about this concept and that I don't really understand this concept, and I don't really find it that appealing. Despite having fun with this class, I do not find range shooting character archetype that appealing, because you still stand up close to enemies and you still are attacking them up close for the most of the time. Yeah, you cut down enemy lines from afar, and that's good thing about this class, but then we are going to speak a little bit about why the hell do you play melee character then basically here's the thing. If you are playing range, you still are going to be standing in melee for a lot of time. But because you're range, you are able to kite, but because you're range, you are able to cut down enemy lines from afar and will not gonna be in a position where you are going to be overrun that easily, like most of them melee characters are. So then the question is, why the hell, like, outside the fact that you like play melee class, why the hell play melee class when range can do your job better? Several times better than you would do the same thing.
That's skill's not.
And this is the downside of the Grim Dawn just in general, comparing to other action RPGs. I don't know why they went with this concept, but they did it. Still, melee classes are viable, but you're gonna struggle playing them.
I admit, if you see Odin, what you at, I care.
But overall, speaking about this class is definitely good if you like shooting with pistols, shooting your enemies down, and also having lots of attack speed, having lots of weapon pool skills, having lifesteal. Sure, gear dependency is present, not gonna lie, and a lot of the points, extra points that you would get for your skills, they do come from the gear that you're going to collect. Pretty much every single gear piece that I currently have, and in the build that I am following closely, all of them are having pluses to all of the skills or pluses to some of the skills. So gear dependent for sure, but performance is definitely worth it. It is worth of struggling a little bit to getting those gear pieces. And regardless, when you are playing action RPG, well, not only action RPGs, in different games, when you are starting up, I'm talking about some online games, MMORPG games, or action RPG games, there are, no matter if you are like just started, you have to keep in mind that one of your characters, he is going to be that character that has to become your farm machine for others. If you want to gear up others, you gotta create your farm machine. Otherwise, you will going to struggle on other characters not having gear as well. So for initial characters, I guess everyone is going to feel that kind of struggle, that they cannot progress as fast or anything like that. But that all, like, with time, that goes away. With time, surely this thing will gonna go away. And just generally speaking about ultimate difficulty, I do really wish that they would have added multiple FXs on enemies, multiple types. Let it be like arcane plus something, because I really do not feel presence of any type of elite enemies rather than arcane. The game teaches you like one thing. If you see a pack of enemies, you immediately should, like, your eyes should start focusing, like, does this pack have an arcane? And if it doesn't, oh well, I just shoot or beat whoever who is the closest to me or something like that, because those other types are that useless. They are that useless that you don't even care about them. Maybe freezing, yeah. Freezing comes after arcane, and the rest is just like, okay, like, so what? for a person who came here from some games like Diablo 1, 2, 3, from Torchlight, from Sacred, from Incredible Adventures of Van Helsing, like, and many other action RPG games, this is such a noticeable downside.
That skill's not ready.
Or if you want to stick to the fact that they will gonna have like one affix at a time, like one buff at a time, why not make them more noticeable?
That skill's not ready.
I don't know, like, baffles me.
I can't do that yet. I can't do that yet.
So we are starting to get closer to the next Skeleton Key dungeon, which is going to be Ancient Grove. Probably the hardest thing about Ancient Grove are two bosses. The Ether Snake, as well as the Gargable. Outside of that, everything is very straightforward. So, yep.
Can't do that yet.
There's also another kind of target to be afraid of if you are relying on lifesteal. It is the cat mini-boss that you will going to meet before you enter the dungeon itself. What's scary about her, you might ask? Well, you will not gonna be able to lifesteal from her, so you have to lifesteal from the other enemies in that area. Or just hide her. That can also work. When I was playing Vitality Conjurer, I was like, okay, I cannot lifesteal from her, but I'm running so fast and I can kite her down so good that I don't really have to be afraid of her, because she's not going to crowd control me. She's not gonna cast stun, root, or anything like that. So she's going to be pretty simple to deal with. So as you can see, I'm speaking about pretty simple stuff, but even though it's pretty simple, I'm still trying to elaborate on why it is simple. we will going to take like Gargable, for example. What is that you need to be afraid of when you are fighting him, and what is that you need to keep in mind pretty much constantly? First of all,
Skill's not ready.
do not just stand there when he's doing this animation, when he puts his hands into the ground and volcanoes are starting to erupt. In 99% of the cases, you will just going to die, because volcanoes are going to do like so much damage that you're just going to pretty much rip your character. And those volcanoes are not that hard to dodge. Like, if you're thinking that it's gonna take some superb amount of skill to dodge those volcanoes, then you're wrong. Because as soon as you see him like putting his hands into the ground, start running. Start running away from him until those volcanoes are not gonna stop popping up. That's pretty simple. Another pretty simple thing, especially if you are auto-attacker and weapon pool skill user, just try to kill the plants that he also spawns. Those plants will going to hit you with the stuff like they will going to apply a debuff on you that will going to make you miss your auto attacks. And what does this thing mean on a character that relies on auto attack? This means that you're not going to be able to attack as consistently, and this means that you're not going to be able to heal. By the way, there is your cat that I was talking about. Pretty easy to deal with, right? Right. Before we enter that door, we are going to make sure that our inventory is kind of full. We need to go and sell the stuff that we've collected. Currently, I'm not really paying attention that much to what is the stuff, like the green stuff that I'm selling. I'm mostly focused on like wanting those items that I need for this character, and because I do not see them, the rest is not really that important. This is not the perfect case scenario, because I might find something good and accidentally sell it, because keep in mind that green items are not like bad thing. They are not. They are good because of how much stats they give you. But I will start worrying about like what gear I am getting from farming when I will going to get to the late game and I'm going to start farming those dungeons, late game dungeons.
It's safe with me. Promise.
Because that's going to be the place when and where I'm going to be worrying about farming for gear. Currently, I do not really care about it. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Should I take Ether Cluster with me? Yeah, let's take one Ether Cluster.
I'll keep an eye on it.
I'll place it on Q button. Just in case if I'm going to meet with a very unfortunate situation where I'm not gonna be able to protect myself, save myself with anything other than the crystal usage. Those situations will probably going to happen either on the ethereal snake or on Gargaball.
That skill's not ready.
On one of those two. Or they might not happen at all. I like how glitchy this enemy was. He was just like sliding, teleporting all around. What the?
That skill's not ready.
Oh, debuffs. Minus 10 movement speed. Minus 15% health. This is kind of bad. And increased armor by minus 20%. And skill reduction, we do not really care about that. Yeah, I should be paying more attention to when I enter the dungeons, like what kind of set of debuffs am I going to be facing. Because that's important on this difficulty. It's not really important. You can neglect it on normal difficulty, sometimes on elite difficulty. But overall, you should be able to... You should pay attention to it. Am I even attacking? I think I'm not attacking, I'm just running back and forth. Here's your death trap room. By the way, do not be afraid. In this zone you can run around. In this green stuff you can run around. It might seem on the map that it's like, oh wait, but it's ether. It's gonna damage me. No, it will not. I originally thought the same. But do not worry. It will not gonna attack you. Okay, already learned, already. This one is not, this one is not. 2 recipes. 2 recipes, right? Yep. So, this thing, like the NPC, the flower, the recipes that it sells, they are refreshing, so every time you're going to get like something different.
That skill's not ready.
Alright. Moving on. Someone casted something that prevented me from lifestealing, by the way. I can immediately see that.
I can't do that yet.
Okay. Technically, I should pass through this dungeon without any sort of trouble, but then again, safety measurements and safety precautions are recommended.
That skill's not ready.
God damn it. Rock my blast shield. Just one projectile, that's poison projectile, managed to proc my blast shield, which means my HP went from 100% to below 60%, because that's the range where the blast shield procs. So you can kind of imagine that I'm still being hit quite hard. It's just because of the lifesteal. It might seem like I'm feeling safe.
I can't do that yet.
We are approaching the snake boss fight. Last time the snake was kinda annoying to deal with at the beginning, because then the snake started to shoot like in every direction, but not where I was standing, so pretty strange stuff sometimes happen, sometimes are happening.
That skill's not ready.
Snake has shotgun effect, Snake has damage over time effect, as well as Snake has very like troublesome stuff against melee characters. And apparently against me as well. Blessed be this snake. Has like homing projectiles, but also has... I love it. See, that's what I was talking about. So basically, all it took was 3 projectiles to send me to the graveyard. Keep in mind, almost 3k defensive ability and all of the resistance over cap. Especially when standing in the Inquisitor seal.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Does it help? Nope. Could I react to that? I'll maybe preemptively eat the crystal, come up close and just shoot the snake down. Which I probably should have done. At that time I was relying on the seal too much. Oh well. Life teaches. Life teaches something. You learn on your own mistake. I'm gonna grab another crystal. So one crystal is gonna go for the snake, and one crystal I will gonna utilize for the...
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Another crystal is gonna go against the
That skill's not
Gargaball.
ready.
I have to create another skeleton key, and I have to clear the dungeon all over again. Splendid. I did not really expect this to happen, but it happened.
That skill's not ready. I can't open that.
Oh, I have to relog. Great, great. I have to relog, and then it will go into reset the dungeon. Okay. Okay then. Try number 2.
That skill's not ready.
So what I was saying about the fact that this class is not the tankiest, not the safest, here is an example for you.
That skill's not ready.
Almost top-notch gear, almost and defensive ability pretty much like add 200 more and I will have defensive ability that is equal to that is going to be enough to pass Shattered Realm 85.
I can't do that yet.
And one snake was able to just shit on my face and kill me with like 2, I believe it was 2 projectiles. And this was also, by the way, one of the bosses who is not really that tough for range character. Like, not at all. It's melee characters who are going to struggle even more because they are putting themselves into a situation where they have to face tank all that stuff that Snake is going to throw. So for them it's even worse. Yet still, I died.
Can't do that yet.
But we are as stubborn as we are, it will not gonna stop us. It will just gonna mean that I will gonna have to try again. And taking a look at the positive sides, while doing so, I will be able to collect those Ugden blooms that are going to allow me to craft the stuff that I need, such as components that I'm currently lacking. So yeah, unless you are playing some kind of a character like Warlord who is going to have damage absorption for days, do keep in mind you will going to die anyway.
We have to do that yet.
Oh my god, so many elites. Triple Inquisitor Seal, by the way, was also not enough to damage absorb all that stuff that the snake was doing to me. Okay, going back to town to sell stuff and continue on.
See anything you like?
And most likely, let's see, we're going to finish that dungeon and we will then going to go and try to kill McDragon. Just as I promised.
Put it to good use. Safe storage, no questions asked.
Don't know how well it's going to go, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that I try to. So we do this again. Only this time around with different debuffs. 30% chance of 25% slow target for 3 seconds, minus 8% attack speed. Amazing. Increases health regeneration by minus 75. Yeah, not really good. No health regeneration, as well as less attack speed.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, should we take that room again? Yes, we will. Because it might drop something really good.
I can't do that yet.
I haven't even... Why did it spawn... Okay. I don't know why did it spawn enemies so fast this time around. Is it over? Yes, it is. And maybe I will be able to buy some more recipes from the flower. Okay, let's see. Yes. Okay. Okay, one more recipe. Not bad. More crafting options is never a bad thing. Okay, this time around my plan is different. This time around my plan is going to be a bit different. How long does it last? 8-second duration? Hopefully it's going to be enough. You gotta be... The crystal ran off. Dude, this boss is so stupid. This boss is literally so stupid, so dumb. What the... Yo! I'm having insane resistances. Oh my god. Fine. I'm gonna take it slow and steady. This is so stupid.
I can't do that yet.
Well, I've taken this snake down. This is like 0 sense to me. It attacks with ether, right? It attacks with ether. It's almost like my ether resistance isn't even present. And while under crystal, I was standing and face tanking everything.
That skill's not ready.
That's what damage absorption is in a nutshell, and it was only 75% damage absorption, which is something that Warlord has by utilizing 2 of his skills. Even more. So you can kind of imagine why Warlord is a little bit busted. Not much, but a little bit. No wonder why I was losing so much health here. Got debuffed on minus attack speed again. So our next tough target in this dungeon is of course going to be this huge tree that we are going to fight against. The one that creates volcanoes. Strategy with him is going to be kinda, if the crystal is going to be needed, I'm gonna pop it. Because his flowers can also, like, kill me. So I'd have to worry about that as well.
That skill's not ready.
If you take the path to the right, which is probably not this one, there's another path. I missed it, I guess. It will going to bring you to a location, yeah, right here. There will be a lot of enemies here, so be wary. A lot of ether. See how much? Holy moly, oh boy, it's lagging. Good lord. Please make sure that in the next game you're going to have a more stable game engine. Because for action RPG to have lags when you are facing a lot of enemies, it's not tolerable. Okay, I'm done with ether enemies. I would prefer not to face Nemesis bosses in Skeleton Key dungeon, because who knows when and where they might spawn.
That skill's not ready.
Dying against them here means to redo that whole stuff again. Not really willing to do that. In general locations, it's okay. I can take on any Nemesis boss, I think, but not here. I guess Void Touch means that they can teleport to you. Okay. That's pretty self-explanatory, and yet again, pretty useless modification of an enemy.
Can't do that yet.
And I'm not talking just about like against melee characters, it's a useless modification. It's useless against range characters also. Because like what sort of thing does it going to like, what kind of advantage will they going to receive when most of the characters are face tanking the enemies to begin with? Okay, volcanoes. Dodge them. Fireground. I cannot see if he casts volcanoes. I think he doesn't. Now he does. Volcanoes. Run away. Volcanoes, run away. So as you can see, still a lot of situations where I just have to like run away. I don't want to be dying because of being over cocky, overconfident, or something like that. I just want to beat this dungeon like fair and square.
Can't carry anymore. Can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, I know that you cannot carry anymore. Turning the auto pickup option off and gonna drop something unneeded. Okay. and turning the auto pickup option on. So we are done with this place, we are done with the quest. Now it's time to go sell stuff, and we have just about a good amount of time to go and try to tackle Avatar of McDragon. Who knows how many tries we will need. It's not the fastest to kill boss by any means. Due to how tanky he is. I guess that's it. Yep.
Good use.
Couple deaths here and there, but nothing that super spectacular. When it comes to like difficulty, when it comes to BS moments, yeah, sure, of course. Where can we go without them? I think like 5 of them is going to be enough. Is it all? I guess it is all that we need. Alright. Time to go and see whether or not we will be able to take down McDragon himself, Avatar of McDragon. Maybe not. The whole idea against him is to not get one-shotted. Okay. Let's see. So, first of all, why am I standing like? Am I really not capable of? No. What kind of EDC is this? Why do I need to run like to him so close? Oh, and I completely forgot to utilize those things. Gonna pop a crystal here. Let's see how it's gonna go. Though I probably should have saved it, but whatever. Wait, what? Okay. I don't know what happened there, but I guess it was the phase. I somehow wasn't even lifestealing there. Weird. Okay. So at a certain period of time, he, like, at certain HP, has this stuff that prevents you from lifestealing, okay? Amazing. I'm pretty sure I wasn't stunned. But yeah, I've probably picked the wrong time to use the crystal. Hold up, he's aggroed. Really? That's nice. That's nice to know. I'll fight him somewhere around here. Why am I placing seals anywhere but not beneath my feet? What the hell is going on with this stuff? Come on. Once again, look at the seal placement. I never clicked there. I don't understand why sometimes it just prevents me from lifestealing. My fucking god, this is so stupid. It just prevents me from life stealing over and over again. Like, what the hell is going on with this boss? Where is my yellow stuff that I need to create? Okay. Let's try this again. But I just cannot seem to comprehend the idea of why he sometimes prevents me from life stealing.
I can't do that yet.
No, what the... Oh my... I have to de-aggro him. Wonder will I be able to do so? Yeah, I will. Stupid skeletons just aggroed him. Okay. That's good enough. Oh, he summoned his pets already. this is so dumb. Maybe. Though I don't think that kiting should be a thing here. I'll try like one more time. If it doesn't work, whatever. Gonna try it next time.
That skill's not ready.
I'm not... like, it seems like when I'm trying to kite, it doesn't work. Yeah. Kiting is not the thing. Like, kiting is definitely not the thing that you should do against him. Where are all my shields? Am I not placing them? Like what? Why? Nope. Okay. Well, I tried. Nothing worked out of it. Like, I picked the good spot to stay and fight him, but it was still not enough. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter. I tried. It didn't work. What gives? I don't really care about it. I tried at least, so for that I can get myself, I can give myself a credit for, so... Anyway, it's about time for us to finish today's stream session. It was, once again, action-packed, tension-packed, and so on and so forth. Nevertheless, I still enjoyed it, despite some of the fails with McDragon, as well as one death into the... how should you call it? The Ancient Grove on the snake. Regardless of that, like, and besides that, everything went pretty smoothly. As I said, we finished the main campaign, we finished the side dungeons, we started the first DLC, and on the next stream we'll probably finish it, though... we'll see. The thing that I wasn't managed to do on this stream is, of course, to talk about the gear that I'm currently wearing, but we will going to leave this for the next stream. Anyway, if you have missed this part of the stream or any part of the previous part of this walkthrough series, everything is uploaded on YouTube, so you would know where to look, when to look, and what to look for. Link to the YouTube channel is provided in the Twitch tab section. On YouTube channel you will also find various different beginner-friendly content videos that are going to help you with better understanding of how certain mechanics in the game work, such as monster totems, such as bosses' dangerous attacks, and how you should avoid them, and as well as information about Crucible and many other more stuff that would help you along the way, especially if you are a beginner and you want to know more about the game and you want to be able to do more. So those videos are provided in a special playlist so that you would know where to look and what to look for. In Twitch tab section you will also going to find links to our social medias for your convenience, so that you would know how to follow us there and to know firsthand about all the information that we are going to be uploading. Additionally, about the stream schedule is provided there as well on the Twitch tab section. So you, by looking at it, you are going to know when I stream, Iurii, also known as Terlord, or when my brother streams, Xanderevets, Alexander. So you would know that, and there would be no, like, misunderstandings. What also want to say, well, of course, if you want to support this channel, if you would ever feel the need to support this channel, there are ways for you to do so, such as spreading the word, which is completely free. You just share our content, our channel, with your friends or those who you might know who also might be interested in that kind of content. Besides that, there are options such as bits, subscriptions, as well as Twitch Prime subscriptions and Patreon. All of the options are provided, all of the links are provided. You will going to receive various bonuses, emotes, icons, collectibles, never before seen stuff, behind the scenes stuff, content ahead of schedule, mentioning your name in edited videos, and many more rewards. As well as the better quality content, because we are with that money that you will going to be providing to us, we will going to be enhancing the quality of streams, quality of videos, and many other stuff. So that thing is out of the way. Everything is not everything is optional, so do not think that I force anything on you. Do as you wish. Follow this channel or subscribe, depends on you, on your preference, but regardless of the decision you will going to make, everything is going to be like positive when it comes to like motivation and stuff, and as well as quality. So choose yourself whatever option you would want to. For us, it matters so that you would be entertained and you would be happy, and we would do a lot more for accomplishing that kind of goal. But you can also help this process if you want. Anyway, it was great to play today, to stream for you, to speak for you, as well as to share my good and not so good moments, funny fail moments, etc. So hope you did enjoy today's stream. Hope you will going to come to see the next stream that is going to happen on Friday, and I'm wishing you all the best. Take care of yourselves, take care of your relatives, of your health, especially in those times that we are in. I'll be seeing you all on the next stream. До свидания всем, всем спасибо за сегодняшний стрим, спасибо за то, что смотрели, участвовали. Буду ждать с нетерпением всех на следующем стриме, который будет в пятницу. В то же самое время буду вести его также и я. Будем продолжать играть в Гримдон, будем... Мне так кажется, будем добивать уже первое DLC, чтобы осталось только второе и high-level content. Sayonara, minasan. Всем пока. Буду всех ждать. Goodbye to everyone. We'll be waiting for all of you.